Alright, hello everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode of Minecraft Eternal. Tonight, we're gonna do, hopefully, a good bit of things. Excuse me. I'm finally able to get bees up and running. I did a little bit of off-camera things because I was attempting to try for, well, a few different things. Mainly I was waiting until my digital miner finished, so that way I could get a whole bunch more gold, uh, and then work from there to get the necessary amounts that I needed for both 5x processing. We're going to hopefully finally continue to do bees and get the rest of the machines built. We'll see how that goes. And then on top of things, we are going to try to advance Astral Sorcery a little bit more because we're going to be building and hence leveling up. I did find 2 more constellations, but they are not bright constellations, unfortunately. The Avorcio and Dissidia, I believe, were the 2 that I didn't have. I did not get those. But yeah, tonight's a whole new stream because for the first time since I've started this, I am not doing this on my server. I have migrated to single player until I can get other means to host the server. So that way, hopefully the play experience is less laggy and less problems throughout the playthrough, at least for the time being. Once I get everything properly situated, I can copy the world back from single player to multiplayer pretty easily enough. But yeah, we are looking to hopefully get a nice smooth stream. I will go over my handy dandy clipboard and show everybody exactly what I have in store for tonight's session. So without further ado, let us begin. Alright, so as I said, I am going to go over bees. I'm going to get the rest of the Gendistry machines. Really the only thing off camera that I did, aside from the digital miner, was I went and teleported around, skipping around, looking for a few of the strongholds in the area. Unfortunately for me, the 2 nearest ones have the portals completely broken by world generation, which happens from time to time in Minecraft Eternal. Not saying that there's all of the strongholds broken, but well, let's just say I got tired of trying to search for them and things didn't work out quite a bit, so I wound up just making one. So I do apologize for that, but I do want to show off the end. I want to show the Ender Dragon. I know y'all want to see me fight the Ender Dragon, among other things. Oh, the Resource Fisher was what I was going to also set up, because why not? Gets us food, gets us things to get enchantments by, lost tablets, a couple of other things. We're going to work on trying to complete the quest lines for mystical agriculture and farming, so that way we can unlock gold and diamond seeds. I don't think I'll get all the way through it, but if I open up my quest tabs and show you, as far as farming and agriculture goes, I really haven't done anything here. You know, when I did this previously, I completed at least the cooking for blockheads section. I need to make the agricultural journal. I need to make all the tools and things. I'm going to set up an actual farm because we need this guy right here, Mystical Fertilizer times 16. It's not so bad, but there is a specific way that you have to do it. So, Let's see. In addition, we're going to till some dirt and try to get some worms. We need to make a plain tank just by gray stained glass panes and some obsidian, and it'll get us 2 of them. Of course, we can also potentially get them from loot crates. So that's one thing that we're going to do. I did wind up finding a rat trap. I haven't tamed a rat yet, but for all that we need is a cauldron, and I did get some garbage piles as some of the rewards and some of the other things that I did. And then of course we can get the breeding and the chef, which will get us some of the best food. We need to go up here and create all of the energy drinks and the chips and dip, so that way we can get that reward. We need to find all the rest of the resources, and we're going to do all of this outside somewhere, probably behind my mob farm or something, maybe behind my nether portal, so that way we can work on, like I said, collecting these mystical mystical fertilizers. We can make a sprinkler, we can hopefully get some worms, we can make all the harvest machines that don't need energy. We have the one market, we need to get the shipping bin to go with it. And then of course all the food crafting up here and all the specialized food crafting here. Got all the tofu recipes, so that'll be a little bit. There's 10 of them. Condiments, all the simple stuff. And we just got to go through the row. The other ones that we did were the mystical agriculture. I painstakingly went through and crafted all of the ingots except for the supremium. But we need the mystical fertilizer so that we can start getting the cores to make all of the watering cans of each level. And then of course the insanium ingots. And then it's just a matter of time before we get all the essences down here. We're working on that. I did get the experience essence going. And then of course using those cores also, or not cores, excuse me, just the essences and forming some of them into blocks to create the different types of furnaces. And each furnace requires the previous level as well. So it's just a matter of going through them all, and then once we get up to the supremium furnace, we can get the ultimate furnace, which we have 1 nether star to do so, but this takes wither skeleton skulls, which we can always get. And it's going to take blocks of supremium and a nether star, which we have a spare of. I did wind up doing the time played. I think I got that a while back. And then on the bosses, I did manage to kill a troll, a fire dragon, and a frost maw. So that was a little bit of a long, exciting fight. I found out that my Tinker's weapon, my shuriken, is woefully underpowered at the moment, so I am going to work on that. Needed to defeat a vampire baron. I found this guy, and it was named Bread, who is one of the Minecraft Eternal devs. I couldn't beat him. I even tried seeing if I was able to by going into creative mode, and even if I did, it would have taken way too long to beat the one that I found. It was a desecrator, and again, my weapons are woefully underpowered. Shurikens do nothing against him, and having to actually hit him up close, I was only hitting him for like 1 to 2 damage, and he's got like 7,500 health. So yeah, I wasn't about to try and fight him. We know where Barako the Sun Chief is. I have not gone back to fight him yet, mainly because I need some radiation protection of where he's located. We haven't gone to the end, so there's the Ender Dragon. Elder Guardian, I haven't found any ocean biomes where he's located. Hydra and Ice Dragons I haven't come across. Medusa, the Gorgon I haven't come across. There's not really too much water around, so I haven't gone against a Sea Serpent yet, or found a Myrmex Hive for getting the Queen. So, you know, there's just a lot of these things that are going to continue on here. But we did go through Intro to Science. I got a few more things crafted up here. I need to get the igneous extruder, and eventually I'm going to get more magnetic dynamos when I get my Mugmas. So that's going to be a fun thing to go after. I have the compression dynamo. I'm probably not going to make another one, or I'm just going to stick it outside with the one that I already have, just to pump it up a little bit, but I don't need the power anymore. But in order to get the hardened flux ducts, which I do have and can get, I just need that igneous extruder first. Energy cell I have, magma crucible, and the fluid transposer I'm both going to come to. So yeah, let's go ahead and put away our handy dandy clipboard, and yeah, we're going to get started. As you can see, I do have 57 health now because I went and leveled up my Astral Sorcery. Because I wound up hitting level 2. As you can see, I'm almost level 3. I haven't done much in the way of building for this, but I got this next one, which is 5% increased maximum life, which gave me 2 more hit points. Then this one is going to be 15% more maximum life, so if the first 2 gave me 2 points each, this one will probably hit me to about 60 life. And then, of course, if you remember, we're going to go this downward path, so that way we can get to this key perk here in the center, and we still have the 2 root perks left to find. I have my digital miner, my flux point, and my ender chest in my inventory, so that way I can go ahead and yeah, work on getting that together. Excuse me. Give me one moment, folks. I need to open something. Because the first thing we're going to start on, hopefully, is 5x processing of ores. I have a nice handy dandy little cheat sheet for it, as soon as I can find it. There we go. Now that I got that pulled up, let's start grabbing the things that we're going to need. So first, we are going to need an injecting factory. Okay, I'm just going to build the basics for now. We're going to need the purifying factory. We're going to need a crushing factory. We're going to need an enriching factory. We're going to need a smelting factory. And we'll probably build another ender chest. The color-coded one, that is. Let's see. This guy right here. Okay, then. Okay, the last thing that we're going to need are chemical dissolution chambers. I think we need the chemical oxidizer as well. Yes. We're going to need infusers. Dissolution chamber, washers, crystallizers, those 3 machines. That's for the end product. We're also going to get some ultimate gas tanks, which is this guy. Okay. We're going to need another garden cloche right here. And we're going to need another iron mechanical component. Oops. We need a copper ingot and more iron plates, which we can get plenty of the iron plates. Let's get copper. Oops. We'll just go ahead and grab 32 of them for now. I'm going to go ahead and get this processing while we get the rest of the stuff. As you can see, I started getting a little bit of the gold going. Okay. Let's see. We're going to need another RF Tools crafter. And for this, we can just use a level 1 tier, because that's all we're going to need. Let's see, machine frame, which should be easy enough to get. 2 redstone torches, again, easy enough. And 2 crafting tables. And that's all we need for a level 1 crafter. Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to choose where we're going to put this. I'm thinking I want to make this down here. Excuse me. I want to put it in this room. I'm going to have a small little mob farm going over here for making my pink slime. This is just a placeholder, but it's going to be back here in this corner. I'm going to fill this in because it doesn't need to be there. A couple ores and things that I pulled out of the walls. Let's see, what else? I could probably flip my whole garden cloche setup over onto this side if I really wanted to. So that way, you know, I have this whole back to use on this side for other things. But for the time being, I'm not going to worry about it. And I can always move my mob slaughter factory to somewhere else entirely as well. So yeah. So basically, if you want to work this from back to front, okay, we need to start with our ender chest. Okay, things that are going to get put into it right there. That's for the digiminer. That's going to go somewhere else entirely. Okay, then we need to work for let's go ahead and see which of the machines we can make first, actually. Like I said, we're just going to start with the lowest version of each machine, the basics. We're going to have to make extra injection chambers. Actually, you know what? let's go do this with our AE system. Okay, so first things first, we want our basic injecting factory. We got to go through all of this crafting. And we need more steel. So let's go ahead and pull some steel out of here. And of course, we can always make more if we need to. And we're going to need some more glass, so let's go ahead and get some of that too. And we're going to need a lot, so I'm going to take a little bit extra. So there's our machine casing. Well, our steel casing anyway. What are we missing out of that? Iron. Lord knows we have plenty of iron. And just to show you how much iron we have 16K iron essence stored and growing. So actually, let's go ahead and request 200 of it. Okay. So here's our enrichment chamber. And we are going to need more than one of those. But if we work backwards, the first thing, or excuse me, the last thing that's going to go through is the smelting factory. So let's go ahead and make ourselves another steel casing. There's our energized smelter. And basic smelting factory. And look, we got a quest completed for it because we're going to get a whole bunch of these right now. Oops. Yeah, right here. Basic smelting factory. Peacock feather fan. Cool. So the next thing it wants is the advanced and the elites, but we're not going to go for those just quite yet. If you look, here's a precision sawmill, biogenerator. We need an alloy furnace, and then we can go for all of those, but we're not going to because we don't need it. If we go to Intro to Science, we don't need them for here either. So yeah, that's neither here nor there. Peacock feather fan, we just throw in here. So we have our basic smelting factory. Now, as you know, the Enrichment Factory is essentially a doubler. It's the same concept as a crusher or the pulverizer, except it just works a little bit differently. So we have our enrichment chamber. So we're going to turn that into our enriching factory. Okay. Then our crushing factory. And all of these are honestly really simple. Okay, what is wrong with our crushing factory? We need iron. Oh, we need 2 buckets of lava. Okay, so we can get that. We need 2 buckets. And we have a lava source. So let's go someplace where there's really nothing. There's nothing down there except a torch, so we can go ahead and do this. There. Let me change that back to fill. I'm going to put this back into our bubble slot so we don't lose it. And then, yeah, back to our AE system. Our 2 buckets get filled. And there's our crusher. And then for the basic crushing factory, we just take it, and we got the basic crushing factory itself. Next, after the basic crushing factory, is the purifying factory. So again, we need a steel casing. We're going to need another enrichment chamber. Same pattern, turns it into the enriching factory. And then the purifier is the same thing that turns it into oh, I think I messed that up. So we have an extra enrichment chamber sitting around somewhere. Alright, let's try this again. We need 2 osmium ingots and the enrichment chamber. So we need 2 advanced control circuits, which we can get because we have them right here. And there they go. There we go, purification chamber. Then that goes into a purification factory. Okay, so that's 4 of the 5 end machines that we need. The last one is the injecting. So again, we're going to need a steel casing. Steel casing turns into our enrichment chamber. We know we're going to need 2 of these guys. Wait. First we're going to need the other ones. The elite control circuits and the reinforced alloys. So we need 4 here. We're going to need another elite control circuit here. And we're going to need 2 more advanced control circuits. And then if you look, we just watch and wait for the things to get crafted. Then of course it refills itself. Okay. So our enrichment chamber. Uh-oh, what are we missing? Oh, the enriched alloys. We need 4. Okay. Let's try that again. Purification chamber. Purification chamber goes into a chemical injection chamber. And then that is a simple upgrade for the Injecting Factory, which we need a basic control circuit for. So we just need one more. And there's our basic Enriching Factory, which we may make use of later. There we go. So we have a basic Injecting Factory, all of this. Now, the last things that we need are the three chemicals. Crystallizer, washer, and a dissolution chamber. And the crystallizer is something that we're going to also have to pay very close attention to, because if we want to go for the angel ring, it requires four of them that are gold and one osmium. We have the one creative modifier. We haven't gone and done Twilight Forest yet. The resonant thruster will just take some time to get, and then we need to go to the Between Lands for the Ring of Dispersion, and we got to kill a Sludge Lord. It's one of the major bosses, but nothing that we can't handle. It's just going to take some time. But at least we can get 4x processing going with just this right here. So let's get ourselves another flux point. Can we get ourselves another flux point? Okay. There we go. Alrighty then. So this is going to be for all of our machines. We're going to need our cables. Let's see if we can start making alternate cables yet. We want the ultimate mechanical pipes. No. Ultimate universal cables is what we want. So we're going to need to craft probably, well, let's go for 10 of them. And what I do want to do is set up all of those pipes for auto crafting purposes. So we're going to do universal. And as you can see, we have some advanced ones here already. So the basics, oops, it's going to be in crafting mode. Basic cables. Okay, then the advanced cables. Then the elite cables. And then the ultimate cables themselves. I didn't make the pattern. Silly me. Okay, so now we go and put these in our handy dandy terminal, somewhere where they can craft. Sure, let's make it right there. So we got basics, advanced, elites, and then ultimates. So since they create all at a time, if we do ultimates, we can literally just request how many we want. Let's do 80. Make 10 stacks with them. Oh, we need more steel. So let's go ahead and grab more steel. We've only got 3. So let's go ahead and make more steel in here. Okay. Did I not teach you how to do it? You can smelt the steel grit that we have. That's what we need. Pulverized coal and iron ingots, or coal coke and iron. So, how do we get the pulverized coal? Crusher? Pulverizer. Okay. So we can take regular coal and get some pulverized coal with a side of sulfur. The sulfur will become important later, but right now we don't need it. So let's go ahead and grab ourselves a couple stacks of coal, because we have plenty of coal. Boy, do we have plenty of coal. Actually, if we put it into a manufactory, we can get it also. And a sag mill, that's what I was looking for. Yeah. Again, we don't care about the sulfur, we don't care about the grind balls. We just want pulverized coal, which has a possibility of a second output, which is great. So let's go ahead and get that started. We're just going to dump these guys both in there and wait for it to go through. While we're getting that, we're going to go ahead and start setting up our machines where we put our ender chest. Alright, so the nearest one to the chest, we want the Smelting Factory. Just going to go plop down right there. The next thing we want is our Enriching Factory. We're going to place this right on top. You'll see why later. Okay. Again, next is the Crushing Factory. That part's important. Purifying, and then Injecting. And I don't want my digital miner placed. Okay. Alright, next thing we need is power. And if you look and we go into each of the basic machines, it has a bar across the bottom. Okay, and each one of them because they're factories. I believe only the Injecting Factory needs something additional. But we're going to put our power source right up here. We're going to set it to disable limit. We don't need to chunk load it, and we need to select our network. And what we're going to do is we're going to put Ender IO conduits here in all these machines the way they are. But the last thing that we're going to need to do is this is going to be the first machine that it's going to go into, and this is already right here 4x processing. Okay, so we need to side configure all of our stuff. So we're going to turn off all of this. We're going to set the auto eject on. Now it's going to potentially come in from the right side, and we want it to go out left. That's it. This one's going to come likewise. Input from the left, but this one's going to eject up, auto eject. Same thing here. It's going to accept input from the bottom, and it's going to output to the left with auto eject. Again, it's going to input from the right, yeah, and then it's going to output to the bottom. And then here, last one, it's going to input from the top. And it's going to output to the left. Auto eject. Now, assuming these all had power, and I think one of the machines needs a water source, which we're going to get into, this will be 4 times ore processing. So what we need to do is make some ender conduits. And there's a reason why I'm saying to use the energy conduits. Doesn't have to be the ender ones. We need more of the vibrant alloys, which takes molten energetic alloy and resonant ender. I thought those are another way to do it. Ender pearl and energetic alloy ingots, which take redstone, gold, and glowstone. So, redstone, take a stack. Glowstone, we're going to need more soon. As a matter of fact, I want to see if I have what I need for glowstone essence. And gold. Now we don't have a lot of gold, so we're just going to take the 25 that we got there and nothing else. So let's see, glowstone seed. What do we need for that guy? So we need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. And we unlocked a whole bunch of stuff. Oof, more stuff unlocked. And more. We'll get what we can out of that. And then we're going to further get what we need. We got more gold ingots made right there. As you can see, we got some pulverized gold right there that's going to come out. So we'll get 3 more out of that. Oops, that one. What do we have here? We just need the seed itself. So let's go ahead and try to get it. There we go, tier 2, tier, nope, wrong one, tier 3, and there's our glowstone seeds. Go ahead and grab ourselves our dirt and head on down to place it. Now I did get platinums going, and sheep going, and experience going. Everything else you saw. So that's the only thing off camera that I did. And we're going to have to go up and make ourselves our pattern for all of these to be turned into autocraft patterns. Okay, so platinum, we need 1. And sheep, we need 1 essence there. Okay. Hey, Emperor Dog, welcome out to the stream again. Yes, I do know that shift clicking on a side config panel that is not none will instantly set it to none. Okay, so if we take our glowstone essence and get the right pattern, we can go ahead and craft ourselves glowstone with it. Okay, and we just throw that back in. Same thing with platinum. And then last, now if I'm not mistaken, sheep essence has 2. Yes, it can get either raw mutton or white wool. So we're going to do both of those. Okay, and then white wool. And then we just got to throw them in somewhere, so we're going to put them right here with our crafting patterns for our pipes, our universal cables. Eventually I'm going to set up my auto crafting with the rest of my mechanism machines for the sag mill, the alloy smelter, so that way we can get other things made. So we'll wait a little bit and get some more glowstone to throw in there. We can put in the rest of this gold and then deposit the rest, since we just used some. And then the energetic alloys will go into the induction smelter with ender pearls, which we're now getting a lot of. Okay, so we'll wait for that to go for a little bit. Now I gotta remember which machine it is that requires water. And we're gonna need more than one thing that requires water in this setup. Let me just go ahead and move this out of here. I'll put this back here on this side. I'll deal with it later. But we're going to need another garden clutch. I got my RF Tools crafter. And we're going to need some... Oh, I almost forgot. we're going to need a few of the rotary condensators. And I also want to see if I can make any more of the booster cards, so that way I can access this from my remote, which is right here, from a little bit further away from my base. So let's see, booster cards. These little guys right here. We need ender dust. Go ahead and take a few of those. I could use the enhanced energy conduits, I suppose. Oh, we're also going to need a few black hole tanks. I might be able to make a few of these. Let's just get a whole bunch of them. And we're out of plastic. Hey, look, I'm up to 30,000 again. So we get 2 for every buy. So let's get a total of 10, say, buys. That should do us some good. More ender pearls themselves. Oh, they're on me, no wonder. Okay, 6 should be good. We'll pull them out as we need them, but I know we're going to need at least 2 of them. I want to make another infinite water source. Hey, look at that, we have 11. What does it take to make the compact one? Bronze ingot. Okay. And a dense infinite water source, we just need 8 of those. So we'll deal with that later. For now, that should be good. Okay. So we're going to go see if we can get any more of our glowstone. So we can go ahead and take our 40 out and craft, say, 20 more? Yeah. Now you might be asking yourself, why am I making black hole tanks? Why am I making all this stuff? Well, I want to get this 5x processing done before I get my bees going, so that way I can make the most out of all the ores that my digital miner has come across. Okay, so I have these set to craft. That's going to be 1 set of 8 right there. So that's fine. Let's see. Conduits. So we have some enhanced ones here. We have some gas, some items, and then the ender gas. We want to make the ender energy ones. So we're going to go ahead and make another pattern for this. because that's the simplest one to do, right? Now we can also make it so that it uses our enhanced ones and requires less, but we'll eventually do that just manually later. We'll just go and put those right next to our current crafts. Because why not? Let's go ahead and take out our glowstone that we have. We let our essence build up. And then we can take the 4 that we made already, and we can just deposit that into our system. And what I want to do first is get our water source collecting water into one of the black hole tanks. So we're just going to randomly place it down for the moment. Let's just say right there, and a black hole tank right beside it. I didn't mean to do that, but okay. Okay, that one's empty. Good. And that one's slowly filling up over time. Right? Yeah. Okay. We'll just let that build up for now while we do the rest of this. Let's go ahead and make that garden cloche that we need. Did I not get our copper? Or did I put it in the wrong system? Oh, I never got it. Oops. Now we can go ahead and get what we need. One more garden cloche. We're just going to stick that right up against the water source. This one. Okay. As you can see, it's already filled completely with water. And that's what we want. We're going to get ourselves a piece of dirt that we're going to put in there. Because I was stupid and forgot to grab it. And we're going to need one more essence seed to put into this. Now remember how I said the sulfur was going to come in handy later? We want the thermal, but I think the Ghost Explosives mod can work as well. But our tools, or excuse me, our crafter is going to go right on the outside of the garden cloche. right like that. And we want the sulfur seeds for the sulfur acids. We want this one. There we go. Okay, and we want this to immediately external. So it's going to go straight out. So exactly how does the 5 times ore processing work? Well, I'm going to show you. First, we're going to take any old ore. For this instance, let's just use gold. Okay? If we were to take it and put it into a chemical dissolution chamber, no, not that one. One of the chemical machines. No, I was right. It is the chemical dissolution chamber first. Okay, sulfuric acid will turn the gold ore into gold slurry. Take the gold slurry and it goes into a chemical washer. As you can see, we need the water for the gold slurry to turn into clean gold slurry, which will then go into a chemical crystallizer and turn it into a gold crystal. The gold crystal will then go into a chemical injection chamber, which will turn it into gold shards. This needs also hydrogen chloride. So just keep that in mind. That's one of the reasons why we're making one of these basic gas tanks. Then the gold shards go into a purification chamber. Again, this needs oxygen, but it will turn into gold clumps. The gold clumps will then go through a crusher. That's it. Turns into dirty gold dust, which will go into an enrichment chamber, which will turn it into pulverized gold, which will then turn it into smelted gold ingots. So if we go back to the beginning of this one with the gold ore, and we look, the first machine was, where is it? I lost my place. Oh yeah, the chemical dissolution chamber. Okay. Now we're going to have to do a lot for the sulfuric acid. So I'm going to show you a way to get that and the oxygen and the hydrogen chloride all at the same time, so that way you only have one setup for all 3 things. The sulfuric acid is probably the hardest to do of the whole bunch of it. But as we go through and look, we need the water, we need to keep going, injection chamber, we need the hydrogen chloride here. So this is the chemical injection chamber. So if we go down and look, after the 3 chemical machines, we do the injection, right? Which then goes into the purifying, which goes into the crushing, enriching, and smelting. This setup right here alone, assuming that we had the hydrogen chloride and the water for the first 2 machines, this setup right here is already set up for 4 times ore processing. That's it. It's as simple as that. Now to get the hydrogen chloride, it's a little bit more tedious. And then of course we have the black hole tank for the water. And I'll show you exactly how we're going to do this. Because if we come to the back, we're going to set up our ender conduits for power in these 5 squares. We're going to set up along this back wall all of our production with the rotary condensators and all the other stuff to get the sulfuric acid, which is in and of itself a large process, which is where this black hole tank is going to come in here. And I'll probably have to move this garden cloche over this way somewhere. I'll probably put it on the side right here to craft what we need in a corner. And I'll probably also move the water source over there as well, along with the black hole tank. But there's a reason why I'm doing it. So just keep that in mind. I'm just letting the water source build up for now, so why not, right? Okay. So here's the big question now. What do we need and how do we get the 2 main ingredients that we need? First, the hydrogen chloride and oxygen, which we know we get from our electrolytic separators. And we have our water. So let's go ahead and look through it. So first we're going to come to the chemical dissolution chamber. What do we need for sulfuric acid? Well, that is made in a chemical infuser, which we have right here. Okay. So let's see if we can go ahead and make one of these. We're going to need 2 basic empty gas tanks for that. And I want to set up crafting for this. So we're going to do this as we go. So first we're going to need basic gas tanks. Okay, simple as osmium and redstone. Okay, the basics, we're not going to make the chemical crystallizer, the chemical washer, and all this stuff with it. We're just going to use it for the advanced gas tanks. Now keep in mind, doing it this way, you're going to have to do it in steps, because once you craft this first one, you're going to have to replace the pattern in the second one, the advanced, because it's going to go funky if you don't. It's not going to send it correctly. Okay? But then we're going to take our advanced, and the same thing, this one's going to use the elites, the reinforced alloys to make the elites. And again, step by step, because otherwise it's not going to work. Into the ultimates. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and put in our first pattern. It's just going to go right down here. Basics. Now as you can see, it's going to do it just fine. Already done. So we're going to take that out. We're going to put our advanced back in. We're going to replace the basic with this one. Resave it. And then we're going to put it right next to the other basic tube. Or basic other tank, rather. Okay. Then we can put our basic gas tank back in and do advanced. Now you hear our machines whirring over there on the side. Oops. It's just creating everything that it needs that we already have on AutoCraft, and done. So now we take our advanced and we go and do the same thing. We load up our elite pattern, change it out, resave it, and go deposit it. Right next to the other one. And again, come in, do a search for Elite, make one, crafting for it's relatively quick. But of course, as you go from one to the next, it does get longer because it has to go through more machines, of course. There it goes. And last, we take this out and change out for the ultimate pattern. And this is just to ensure that there are no problems or issues when setting up your auto crafting. And then we can clear this out completely. Now we are getting low on blanks, so let's go ahead and refill that up. Okay, and we put our ultimate in, and voila! So now we can take that off of there. We now have ultimates that we can craft. But we need basics first, and we need 2 of them. Already done. Okay. What was... We'll deal with the sulfur later. Okay. All right. So we know that the first thing it has to go through is the chemical dissolution chamber. That takes sulfuric acid. But we want to get first, or the injection chamber. We want the hydrogen chloride. It takes hydrogen and chloride, or chlorine, excuse me. And that's done in the chemical infuser or deconcentrating from hydrogen chloride to liquid hydrogen chloride. But we don't need that. We just need the chemical infuser itself. So the chemical infuser takes this. That's what we were making the basic gas tanks for. So we need 4 of the enriched alloys, 2 basic control circuits. And then we just watch and wait for the crafting to be done. Okay, we don't have to wait on that. Let's try this again. We need more steel. Now we could just simply go out and get it by using coal coke again. Of course, we got our pulverized coal. And we know that pulverized coal and iron turn into it. So we've got a couple iron blocks here, so let's just get a whole stack. 2 whole stacks. And by putting them in here, that should get us, nope, that's not what we want. Oh, I put it in the wrong one. It's supposed to go into an alloy smelter. Oh, that's right. Why was it giving me the wrong one then? Okay, now it works. Oh, I think it didn't take the coal the first time. So that might have been why it only gave me the refined iron ingots instead. Yeah, I realize that, Emperor. You got to put your coal into the machine first, and then put your iron in. In Minecraft Eternal, there is a mod called Tech Reborn, and if we look up iron and take our plain iron ingots and we go through it, smelting iron will get refined iron ingots from Tech Reborn. So be careful of that pattern. Put your coal in first. Or if you do like I did, you can make it furnace mode alloys only, and it will guarantee that it won't just smelt the iron to get you the refined iron ingots. So now we just gotta wait for this to all process, and then we'll be good. That'll get us plenty of steel. And of course, down below, we have about 16K worth of iron essence. Of course, in our system, we have a whole bunch more of other things. Let's go ahead and actually deposit gold, glowstone, rest of our iron, and those. Okay. Did this ever finish, by the way? Yeah, okay. Alrighty then. And that's what we need to do. And there's a pigman outside. Let's go kill it. Because why not? That's the pigman. Okay. The other thing that we were looking at is the Sulfur Seeds. Hey, golden sword we can melt down. Okay, so that's not too hard of a craft. You got that right there. Now, as you can see, we already have sulfur with 3 essence to make 8 sulfur in the pattern. The sulfur is going to be important also later, but I'm not going to put that in just quite yet. Because, like I said, we might have to move this setup. Plus, we also have to supply power to our crafter. So don't forget about that either. Also, make sure that when you tear down your garden cloche, you take out your dirt and whatever fertilizers you may have and your seeds, because if you break the garden cloche with it still inside, it go bye-bye. Alright, so where are we at now? We were making the chemical injection chamber here. Or not the chemical dissolution chamber. No? Which one of the ones were we making? Okay, oxygen. So we need an electrolytic separator. Okay. There we go. Okay. So we know that putting water into it will get us hydrogen and oxygen. We want the hydrogen side first. Now we have to figure out how to make the chlorine, and that'll get us hydrogen chlorine in a chemical infuser. That's what I was wanting to make. Alright, so we need more enriched alloys. Let's just get a whole bunch of them. Say 100. We need a dynamic tank. There we go. Okay. So it's going to go from a dissolution chamber, which requires the sulfuric acid, And we're going to put a gas tank buffer so that the sulfuric acid can build up. We're going to put that into a chemical infuser with water and sulfur trioxide, which is where the pain comes in. Then we're going to use the water vapor from a rotary condensator, inputting water and making sure that it's in deconcentrating mode. We're going to use a chemical infuser inputting the oxygen and sulfur dioxide. Then the oxygen from the electrolytic separator producing hydrogen and oxygen is going to split off so that the chemical oxidizer is going to produce sulfur dioxide using sulfur dust, which is where that comes in. Then it's going to go into the chemical injection chamber to use gunpowder, which is going to make the sulfur dust using gunpowder, which requires power and hydrogen chloride. And then the chemical infuser is going to use chlorine and hydrogen. And then the last bit is electrolytic separator for feeding chlorine into a brine pump for the sodium. And then the chemical washers themselves require water. Now I know it seems like a lot. It's a couple steps. But we'll get there. So like I said, first is the chemical dissolution chamber. We know that's the first one. Okay, so we need 4 more of our basic control circuits, 2 more of our basic tanks. So, would help if I could spell. Let's just get a whole bunch of them. And more of our basic tanks. Let's just go ahead and make a whole bunch of them. Okay. And I will show you the best way to make this all expandable as well. That's the beauty of this build. Okay. So that's that first. Then it goes from the dissolution chamber to a chemical infuser, which we have right here. And then we need a rotary condensator. We're going to need a few of them. We need more basic gas tanks, some stained glass, more of our basic control circuits, our energy tablet, and fluid tanks. I think the fluid tank is the only one we don't have set up for autocraft. So, tablets. We'll make about 10 of those. And a basic fluid tank, which is this guy right here. But that's simple enough to make. Okay. There. Now again, we're going to need several rotary condensators. We're going to take it one step at a time. Let's just toss that in there for now, along with that, that, and that. Okay. So basically, we're going to have a dump crate. And we need to make more chests. Oh, we have some here. And this is just going to be for a dump crate. And I'm going to make this as simple as I possibly can. It's just a lot of different machines to produce about 3 resources, which then makes everything go much smoother. So we're going to put the dump crate over here on this side. For now, I'm just going to stick it right there. Okay. Go up a few flights. Okay. Okay, get more of our vibrance going. So basically we're going to work backwards here. Okay, so we got chest, final product, smelting, enriching, crushing, purifying, injecting. Okay, so for the injecting factory, let's bring up iron ore again. Okay. Now that one needs hydrogen chloride. So we're not there yet, because the purification chamber takes oxygen. And if we go and look, none of the other machines following require anything. Okay? So first thing we want is oxygen. So our electrolytic separator is going to need to be somewhere over here, because it's going to go into this second machine right here. Might as well put it right nearby. We may need to move this up forward 1 square or 2 squares, but we'll come across that bridge when we come to it. Okay, so now this gets filled with water. So we're going to go ahead and move this now, because we have to anyway. Okay, so our water has to go in one side. Okay, we're going to have our tank filling on top. Again, our garden cloche is going to be in front so that it fills with water. Or at least it will. That's a bad placement for it. Oh, I know it is. That's why I said it was bad placement. Let's see. We want the garden cloche to be here. Yeah, that'll work. Of course, we want our crafter on that. Our electrolytic separator is there. Time to move this one. We want this guy here. See if that works. And then our water source. Just to test everything, let's make sure it has power. Okay, it's not filtering water out. So I'll have to move this over one more. Yeah, I think that'll work. Because then I can just use piping to get the water into this. Okay. And we'll have also one of the tubes going across to the back of the garden cloche over here. But then we have access to all three sides of our electrolytic separator. We have our input on one side, our output for the other two on the other side. I could always move this away from the wall by one. You know, I'm just going to move these machines up. Make things so much easier. Oh, we have some room to work with back there. Yeah, that seems better. And then we're going to put these back in order the way they're supposed to go. Okay, so smelting. On top, it's going to be the enriching. Right? Yeah. Then it's going to be the crushing. Purifying and injecting. Okay. And this can go up here. There we go. And eventually that is going to feed into the top of the garden cloche and all these machines, and then it's going to continue from the garden cloche to every other machine that's going to be built. Okay then. Yeah. Let's go ahead and move this. Dang it. It's the only bad thing about an atomic disassembler. If you don't have it set right, it's going to go crazy. Hey now, it's not going to be that bad. You'll see. Although to be fair, most of 5X ore processing is a spaghetti setup. Only because of the way that the last step has to do with creating the extra materials Alright. Do I have enough to make more Infinity Booster cards? That way I don't have to come all the way back up here just to get closer to my AE system. You have no faith in me? Okay, there's our energy. What, like shift clicking to clear the settings on the inputs and outputs? Which I gotta actually make sure I check, by the way. Okay. 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 Okay, and good. So they are still set up. Okay. So first thing, we're going to give all of our machines power. Okay, second thing, we're going to get power to both our garden cloche and our RF Tools Crafter. And then our Electrolytic Separator. Okay. Okay, now it's showing up correctly. I have pigments outside. Oh yes, and I did add 3 more of the collectors for the light wells so that I could get my starlight faster. Okay, so we're going to need more conduits. So let's craft 3 more. Or I want 2 sets, so I need 16 more. Then we also want to set up our fluids and gas. Okay. Luckily, the enders don't need the previous conduits in order to make them, but they still help. And then we want the ender fluid conduits. And again, we just need fused quartz and the vibrant alloys. So we can go straight to them, we don't have to make the in-betweens. Just takes a lot of vibrant alloys. Okay. So we can just go ahead and put these all in. Only the gas conduits take so much. And because we have the energy, we can move that down here with the rest of them so they're all together. Excuse me. But now if we do conduits, we see all of them. And if we take them all out, it shows that we can craft all that we need. So next we're going to need our pressurized gas, 1 set. And we're going to get we'll do 16, 2 sets for the fluids. We need more fused quartz. Yeah. Okay then. Uh, okay. 105.4 meters and uses 118 RF per tick. But that should now allow me to go all the way down to my setup below and not have to worry about range for accessing my terminals. And just to test it, bingo. Okay. So the next thing we need to do is our fluid conduits. Oh, we need to get the fused quartz first. As a matter of fact, we've got plenty. We can set a whole nother bunch to smelt in. I don't know what's up with these shelves either. That's how they're supposed to be. Alright. Oh, look, it's already done. Alright, so our fluid conduits. We're going to run one right here. That's going to be extract, always active, and insert. And as you can see, it is full. Then we just need to run one of them back here. And we don't necessarily want this to cross, so we're just going to go all the way up top. There we go. Make sure that this is always insert. and that this is always extract, always active. And as you can see, the water's still filling up, and it's building a buffer for both this and this. I'll have to get my seed and my dirt and put it in there, which I made my own mistake that I warned you guys not to earlier. Making sure that you took the piece of dirt and any seeds that you have, if any, out of your garden cloche before you break it. Luckily all I had in there was dirt, not the seed. But I have the recipe right here. So that's going to have to come out probably just either on the side or straight out the face. It's not going to matter too much. But that's not for later anyway. But it's in a nice little quiet corner, just out of the way of everything. Okay, so we know we need the chemical dissolution chamber first. Okay, we're going to put it this way. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. You'll see what I mean by this way when I get to it, because this is a system that will prevent it from bottlenecking, which is very important. So we're going to put one right there, and it goes from the infuser from the dissolution chamber. Into a chemical washer, excuse me, which is going to take water. So, what does it take for our washer? Almost at everything. Okay, we're going to skip a space, put it there. Now do note that these machines are sighted. It does matter in 112. 116, they fixed it in later mechanism updates, but for this purpose, this is what you need. Okay, and then, excuse me, the last machine is the chemical infuser, right? Because again, if we look, or take the first one, dissolution chamber to a chemical washer, and the last thing we need is the chemical crystallizer. We need the chemical infuser for something else. So we need the crystallizer, which I don't have up here for some reason. There we go. And for that, we just need the same steel casing and our atomic alloys. Much easier way of doing it that way. So what are we missing that we need? Just the 4 basic control circuits. And I'm going to set a whole bunch more to craft. But that will get us the first machine that we need. Certainly not the last. But again, we're going to skip a space, put it there. And there we go. Now what we're going to do is we're going to skip a space going this way, and we can make more machines. We could also dig out that way and put them there. We could even take this whole setup and move it down a floor once we have everything that we need and set up. And if I go down, I have a complete open area that I can put all this in if I really wanted to. And I might. I'm not sure yet. And I could always make a little intermediary floor. Hell, I could even come back up a floor, put some of it here. Maybe. Possibly. If I wanted to. $7,000 RF per tick. And I know it produces way more than that. Because as you can see, this is burn rate 0, but it's full. As a matter of fact, if I go down the line a little bit, that one's not even burning. Neither is that one. So yeah, it's literally only this first one that's burning. For the moment. And do note that with this current setup, these ultimate universal cables, while they transmit 2.8 million, this is the bottleneck point of this current setup. Okay. Yeah. Now these three machines do not require anything. They just require power, which they are now currently getting. The purifying requires oxygen, and this one, the basic injecting factory, requires the chlorine. I think. Chloride, chlorine, something like that. I came across it earlier. And we know that once we get to the chemical crystallizer, this just needs power, because it's already going to have the slurry fed from here. And these could even go next to each other if you really wanted them to. I may do that later. The chemical washer is going to need just plain water. And then the chemical dissolution chamber is where all the magic happens and gets the whole thing going. This is what makes all of this work. These three machines are the last and final step for 4 to 5 times ore processing. Now, the electrolytic separator is going to only be fed water from the black hole tank. This water stays exactly how it is. The oxygen and the hydrogen is what's going to get sited out. And eventually we'll put in upgrades into this machine as well. But remember, this is a sited machine, so I have to make sure that I don't need to build the water on the other side and then use the front and the right side for the exit. Wouldn't be too much of a change, but it's one way of getting things done. But the last machine right here that needs water is the chemical washer. So we have our fluid conduits. We're going to need more by 1. Boy. Yeah, I can wait. I can wait. Oh, also note that the factories do not turn on auto sort for this process. If you do, you will bottleneck yourself on this first machine and every machine after. And all of these are going to get backed up, and you're going to screw yourself, and you're going to be waiting much, much longer for your 5 times ore processing to go through everything. Now these 3 machines are here, the chemical crystallizer, the chemical washer, and the chemical dissolution chamber. You're going to want to space one apart, and you can make multiples. So if I were to move this against the wall, I can have 1, 2, 3, 4 set up just right here. Now do note that the more ores you have to process, the more of these three machines you're going to want. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, technically 5. But do note that you can also stack these machines on top of each other, not just like this, because they can actually get power from multiple sides. Like if I were to put power cable on top, this will get power. If I were to put it on this blank side, it can still get power, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure. It's just the inputs and outputs of items and fluids that are sighted. Okay. You know what? Actually, I want to see something real quick. If I were to take this and put it here, I wonder if that would work. This is right up against it, so I can't really tell. But these are the three sides, so I'm actually assuming that water can go into the machine from anywhere. And if I were to take this machine, or this black hole tank away, so that I get more room, then I can take this and move it down here. There. That'll actually, I think, work a little bit better. And for the time being also, I won't need to build another cable. Okay. It's still filling up. That is filled up, so that is good. And I'll leave this as a little bit of a walkway to go across, because all I gotta do is jump over. So that's not too bad. And if I need to, I can always raise these up one. But with Ender IO conduits, I don't have to. Just a little warning. Now to make the sulfur dioxide, or sulfur trioxide, that is where the big process comes in. But we're not there yet. We still got to get the first part of this machine right here filled. Purifying Factory, which takes hydrogen, right? Or excuse me, the oxygen. So, if we go ahead and make ourselves a tank, ultimate gas tank, we're going to go ahead and put it right here behind it. Okay. Now we need our gas cables. For the moment, let's just put this right up next to it. Just to double check. Okay, that's our oxygen right there. So we want it to come out the right side, which is unfortunate because we're going to need the hydrogen out of this side too. We need more. But we know we're getting the right stuff, and it retains its capacity, and we know that it's going into this one right here. That's it. Okay. And then we have to configure it from the back side. It's going to accept the extra, which is this down here. At least it should be. Oh, wait. I take that back. You got to go to gases. Should be there. Because that's the oxygen. Oh, I gotta change where this is outputting from. So it's facing to the backside. Aha! So, backside, output. There we go. Now it's correct. Haha! And then, of course, this one we know we need to get another one. So we need to build this to here. Okay. Yeah. Where did I make this come in through the top? Just like that. I'm going to make sure that this is to extract always active. Okay. Now this will fill up whenever the PRC is running. Excuse me, the electrolytic separator is running. Now we got to do something with the hydrogen. For now, if we wanted to, we could dump the excess, and that'll run. And this will start filling up a little bit of a buffer. And we can do that for now because we're not using the hydrogen right at this moment. We will use it in a moment, just not at the moment, just not yet. But we do know that we're going to have to come over on the other side for this. And set that to always active, extract. Come on, get me out of here. Help, I'm trapped in my own setup. Okay. Actually, wait, you know what? We can just make it go into the front. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And then so we don't cross the lines here, we're just going to bring our gas up and over. And that should be the extraction side for the hydrogen. Alright, so what's next? We got our Purifying Factory, so now we need our Injecting Factory. So if we look up ore, and we get to our process where the Injecting Factory is, And as you can see, you know, basic injecting factory. This one needs hydrogen chloride. So what do we need for this? Okay, well, here's where our hydrogen comes into play. And it's got to go into a chemical infuser, which we have in our inventory. But it also has to get chlorine from an electrolytic separator, which comes from brine. However, sodium does not have to come from brine. Or excuse me. Brine, can come from multiple sources. You have a concentrator. Gaseous brine, brine. Thermolytic, I can't even pronounce it. The thermal e-controller from Mechanism, which is just water. But we're not going to build this one either. But again, it's just, that's all it needs, right? Then there's a melter, which takes salt. So how do you get gaseous brine? Well, if we look, here's salt. Okay, what am I thinking of here? There's another way of doing this. I remember finding it. Sulfur dust into gunpowder. No. Wrong mod. Chemical oxidizer. That's what I was needing. Okay. Okay, so we know we need our chemical infuser. We're just going to put that, say, right here. Okay. Now do keep in mind, everything you see on this side of the room, you only need one copy of each one of them. These machines right here are the only ones that you need multiple copies of if you don't want to bottleneck yourself. And of course I can move these around so that I have more room and other stuff like that, but I'll get to there. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking I can turn these. Put them this way instead. No. At least not yet. We'll see how it works out this way first. Basically, you want the chemical crystallizers closest to your injecting factory, because we set it up that the crystals are going to come in from the right side of this block. That's all you really need. Doesn't matter how many of these you have, doesn't matter how many of them you're using. Alright. Next, let's see, we need more power cables. Because we're going to supply power to all three of these machines. And then we're going to connect it. Well, let's go from here. There we go. Insert, insert, and insert. Okay. As you can see, it's got power, it's got power, it's got power. Okay then. Now something else that you're going to need that I just didn't take out is your Crescent Hammer, because it helps you rotate. And I'll help you figure out which way they go in just a moment. We're getting there. Small side input, large side output for this machine, by the way. That's pretty much the easiest one to figure out. Let's see. This one I'm not too sure about, but I think it's also the same. And then this one is also the same. Those are the easiest machines to figure out of all of them. These ones take a little bit more work, but they're still pretty easy. You just got to remember which side you want to go where. Alright. So again, the chemical infuser is going to get our hydrogen from here. And that's going to go into this side of the chemical infuser. This might be a little tricky. Okay. So we went up and over, and we don't want to connect there. Ah! Insert only, and the hydrogen's filled properly. So now we can stop dumping the excess here, because now it's all going to go into the hydrogen side of this. Okay. Now again, you can do all this setup elsewhere and then just filter in the final products here, so that way all you have is the three machines getting power and this one water, and then this one getting your final product of your sulfur trioxide, excuse me. The sulfur trioxide is the longest and hardest part. Okay, so let's go back to what we're doing with the chemical infuser and our hydrogen. I know it's a lot of opening and back and forth. Okay, chemical washer into the crystallizer, into our injection chamber. Hydrogen chloride. Okay, so we got the hydrogen on one side. Now we need the chlorine from the other side. To get the chlorine, we need the brine. And that goes sodium and chlorine for the two different sides. The sodium, I believe, you can just dump, and the chlorine is what you want to pull out. So again, we need the brine. And for this, we're using the sulfur. You got to make sure you choose the right one, which is this one from thermal. And you want it into a chemical oxidizer, which gets you your sulfur dioxide. It actually kind of skips a step, so it's good. So we need to make ourselves a chemical oxidizer machine. This guy. Nope. Why is that not the right one? Oh, personal chest, that's why. Silly me. Chemical oxidizer. Okay. So here's where our garden clutch comes in, right here. We're going to take this guy, chemical oxidizer, and we're going to put it right on the face of our crafter. And can I get to it? I'll figure out a way to get to it. Hang on. There we go. Insert only. Because that's power. And that's all it needs. Now it has power. Okay? And all that's going to do is feed the sulfur directly into this inventory. What do you mean not using the green color channel? What color channel? Oh, you're talking about on the inputs and outputs. Gotcha. 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 Yes and no, I suppose. I mean, once you get it set up and running, it's not that hard. These get filled from the other end first, and then once you disconnect it, it fills the correct one. But you're right. You're not wrong. Using different color channels would certainly help. And eventually I may do that. But for right now, just getting it set up, I'm not getting into that. I will get it later. I promise. Alright, so first things first, we need to add more gas. Wait, no. That's a fluid, isn't it? Is that a fluid or gas? I don't remember. I don't know if this is liquid or gas. I want to say it's a liquid. I'm going to try liquid. I'm hoping it's liquid. If it's not, this is going to be a little difficult. Okay. So it is definitely not a liquid. It is definitely a gas. Makes things a little bit easier. How did I get that so wrong? There we go. I have a feeling that this has to go all the way to this side so that this channel right here alright, so something that Emperor pointed out earlier, when you're using inter-IO cables, you can change the color of the channel that you're using. So since this one happens to actually cross, we want this to extract on green, and we want this one over here to insert on green. But then we can take this one here and change it to extract on red, okay, or brown. Oh, let's do red. Like red better. And then we can have it basically all connected without worrying about cross gases going elsewhere. At least I hope that'll work. It should, if I'm not mistaken. What do you think? Even though they're all connected, changing the channels should work? Okay, just make sure. Alright, which means no doubts there. You're not helping any. You know that, right? Alright. So basically, the garden cloche over here is going to produce the sulfur essence. The crafter is going to turn every 3 essence into a sulfur. And the sulfur is going to go into the chemical oxidizer, which is going to turn it into sulfur dioxide. Why do I feel like there's something I'm missing here? So, to the oxidizer. Okay. So the sulfur dioxide goes with oxygen to make sulfur trioxide. And we know that sulfur trioxide is what we need for sulfuric acid in a chemical infuser with water vapor. So we're going to go ahead and put our rotary condensator right up here. Nope, I was right. This one. And it's going to always insert on this side, and then it's going to have an always extract on this side. And that's going to turn water into water vapor. Why is that not filling with water? Should be filling with water. Okay, I was right. It's supposed to be deconcentrating. Oh, there it goes. Ah. And that'll run for the moment until power runs out. But I have power right here to connect to it, so that's not a big deal. So we go ahead and do this. And then insert. Okay, so now this machine constantly has power, and it'll bottleneck up to maximum capacity, which is 10,000, and then it'll stop. Okay then. So now that we got the next piece of the puzzle, now we need to figure out where, after the sulfur turns into sulfur dioxide from the oxidizer right here, fills in, and then sulfur dioxide and hydrogen chlorine, which we need to brine for. Wait a minute. If we go sulfur dioxide, we go straight to sulfur trioxide with oxygen. We don't need the hydrogen at all. No, wait. I take it back. Because we need the hydrogen chlorine for this machine, which we're also going to set gases to input from the backside. Okay, this is going to be tricky. Nope, there we go. All right. I could have swore there was a way to bypass having to make brine. There we go. Gaseous brine. That's what I was looking for. Thank you very much. Ah, boy. And ways to get salt. Um, Salt seeds. What are you talking about? Pam's pot and water recipe. Are you talking about with the kitchen? Mm-hmm. Let's see. I don't think it's here. I mean, if I make the saltpeter seeds, that gets me saltpeter essence, which gets me niter. And niter can make gunpowder. That's not what I want. I mean, we can see if the salt from bewitchment works. It's just hiding the way to make it. Okay, so let's try this then. Alright, so pot and water. I'll be damned. You were right. Unidict and Instant Unify are probably hiding it due to bewitchment salt. Well then. The question is, I can pipe water, or not water, yeah, how do I get water piped into an RF Tools crafter? So basically what happened is this mod right here unifies or dictated items automatically, and this mod right here, both between the two of them make everything alright, so let's take a look at these two machines you're talking about. Don't want to have to do the first one, so let's try the second one. An ME fluid assembler. I'm not seeing it. Oh, I guess that would be something. Fluid pump, fluid crafter, here we go. The fluid crafter will craft anything that needs one fluid type instead of using the buckets in the recipe to make it work. You need to put the items in the grid and tell it what to craft. Alright. So crafting table is easy enough. Machine case is easy enough. And a gold gear. Okay. And I'll just have to make another pot for my PAMs up there. So let's see, it just needs power and water. So I can put it right here. Oh, it doesn't even need power. Okay, it just needs water. So we put a pot. Now how do we get it to make salt? Do we have to tell it what to make? Oh, there we go. Okay. I had to put the bucket in there for the recipe to work. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I realized that after I read what it said. Because it has the pot, it needs the bucket of water so that it registers the recipe. But then it doesn't use the bucket, it uses the fluid intake elsewhere. Okay. So the salt goes into chemical oxidizer to make gaseous brine. So I need another one. Okay. And this can go straight there. Of course, it needs to be flipped around. You junk. Alright, so in order to pull out of this machine, you're going to need just a simple item conduit would work. Okay, maybe it's the wrong way. There we go. So this one's opposite. And now, as you can see, we're getting our gaseous brine that we need. And the gaseous brine will go into a rotary condensator, turn into brine. So we got gaseous brine in a concentrating rotary condensator to produce brine, which will then go into our electrolytic separator to get sodium and chlorine. So let's get those two machines first. So we need another rotary, which I did not set up. We don't need the smelting. Oh, come on. No longer need the smelting, the enriching, the crushing, the purifying, and the injecting factory. 3 chemicals, infuser, not the oxidizer. Not anymore. The infuser, the dissolution chamber, the washer, and the crystallizer. No, we don't need the infuser either. Just need these 3. Crystallizer, washer, and dissolution chamber. Which are these 3. Crystallizer, washer, dissolution chamber. But we now need another electrolytic, which is this guy. We need more rotary condensators. Okay. So we need a basic gas tank and another fluid storage. So there's the fluid. Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, putting this right up against that machine. Perfect. And the only thing it's missing is power, which luckily we have plenty of energy conduits for. So this is going to be inserting nothing on the bottom, but it's going to be inserting power from the bottom. Okay then. So right now the chemical oxidizer needs speed and energy upgrades. And eventually all of the machines will need it. Okay. So the brine then goes into the electrolytic separator with sodium? Or no, I'm sorry. It makes sodium and chlorine. And then the chlorine, the sodium we dump, and the chlorine goes to the chemical infuser with the hydrogen, which is this guy right here. So this has to just go into another electrolytic separator. Okay. Okay. No, we don't want that to be water. Ah. Okay. So once that empties out the water, I'll need to put the gas coming from the right side going into there. So this is inserting on green from here. That's inserting from green. Okay, I'm going to need another chemical infuser, aren't I? because the sulfur becomes the sulfur dioxide, which then has to be turned into sulfur trioxide, which is done with the hydrogen, I believe. So sulfur dioxide from sulfur with oxygen into sulfur dioxide, into sulfur trioxide. So wait, I need the oxygen, not the hydrogen. So there's the oxygen. Well, let's make this blue. Okay, because that's the oxygen going out this way. So that means the hydrogen is coming out the other way. But that one doesn't go across. Oh, I needed the chlorine first, that's right. Which has to come from the brine above. So yeah, I am going to need another electrolytic separator. So this can stay on green, and that gets the hydrogen. I'll need another chemical infuser. For more oxygen, right? Yeah, because it's oxygen and sulfur dioxide to make the sulfur trioxide. So this oxygen right here is going to have to go elsewhere too. Okay. I thought I screwed something up for a second. So this gets hydrogen and from this guy up here. Oh, pff. Why isn't this accepting brine? Alright. Now I gotta wait for this water to filter out again. There we go. Now it's getting brine. Sodium I'm dumping, and the chlorine then gets extracted.
I'm almost 10 o'clock because they woke up. Alright, Jared,
Alright, Emperor, you take care. I'm going to be closing down stream here in a short few minutes anyway. Thanks for coming out, and, well, I almost got most of what I wanted done tonight, but it looks like it's going to have to be one more stream of doing this since I didn't even get to bees tonight. So, I'm sorry I'm putting Thumb off one more time, but we'll get there. I promise. Setting up 5 times more processing takes a while. I'm sorry. And it doesn't help that I was having problems, per usual. But alright, you have a nice night, and I'll see you next time. Let's get this going for the last little bit. Thank God, finally. Alright, so now we're getting our hydrogen chloride because I was dumb and was using fluid tubes when I should have been using gas the whole time. Then this is going to extract on red. Okay. Now I need another ultimate tank. We'll just have to wait for this to finish right on here. There we go. And we'll have to get more of our gas. Like so. Okay, so this needs to stop. Actually, that can go back. Just has to insert on red. There we go. And then this machine has to figure the back for extra. Oh, I did it again. It's got to be on gases. Wait, what did I do here? Oh. There we go. Now eventually this will all keep working and running and processing until these two machines are full, which this one already is. This machine will get full and then it's going to start backing up into the tanks, and that's perfectly set up. Last but not least, we need all the way down here sulfuric acid. That is the last step throughout all of this. Okay, now we already know that once I put in the Sulfur Seeds, they're going to get the crafter going, which is going to turn into actual sulfur from essence. Go one way, can't go the other. Then the sulfur itself will go filter into the chemical oxidizer. which might have to be piped in there. But I don't know. We'll see. Let's actually go ahead and grab our seed, which is not here. There you go. And some dirt. Let's get this running. And let's see it all work and see if it gets all the way to this point right here. And let's currently set this to never active, and it's going to extract on yellow or orange. Okay. So there's 2 essence. That's the pattern. When it gets 3, it should go into here, and let's see if it auto outputs to the other side. Okay, it is not auto outputting, which means we need 2 more item conduits right down here on the bottom.
You should put makeup on him. You should put makeup on him. He may have toast.
Okay.
Stick him in the toaster.
So first things first, we disconnect it from our garden push. And then
Where's the bread? In the pantry. Yeah, where? Where? I'm not sure where.
we disconnect it also from here. And then we just simply dig down 1 square so that we can see the underside of both of these. That is going to extract always active, and this is going to insert always active. And it's not doing it. Why? Oh, it's one of those sighted machines. Dag nabbit.
Can I put these breads in the toaster?
Okay, this is what we're going to do. Take this off, and we're going to move these.
Like the bread works like this. Yes, you can.
We're going to take our chemical oxidizer. We're going to move it over 1. Okay, why is this not ejecting? Oh, that would be why. I wanted to insert. I want that always active. There we go.
Today is a nice.
So now the sulfur is becoming sulfur dioxide. I can fill that hole back in. That'll go away later. Alright, so moving on. Our water is up to 14 million, building up nicely. We have water into water vapor, and the water vapor goes where? With sulfur trioxide to make sulfuric acid. Whew. So that's the sulfur trioxide. Into sulfuric acid, which goes into the chemical dissolution chamber, which is all the way back over here. So that's next. So this guy actually can get moved.
Burn. It's just, it shouldn't be too terrible.
Fluid.
See? So turn it down to 2.5, but that's normal. Turn it down and do another one. No, it's that here.
Okay. So this is now getting sulfur dioxide, which has to go into more oxygen. And another electrolytic separator. So let's go ahead and make another one of those. No, not a separator. Chemical infuser. Well, I guess I did need another chemical infuser. No, I already had it made. Okay. So sulfur dioxide into oxygen. So fluid. Nope. Gas. Okay. And I can put this over here. That should be like that. Extract always active. Always insert. There's sulfur dioxide. And then we need more of the oxygen. So that can just come up. and over. Only insert. Which is now making the sulfur trioxide, which gets water vapor from here, which then feeds into the chemical dissolution chamber. Insert power, so it will continually run. And there we go. Now, because this part takes so long, what I'm going to do over here, before I have them, the chemical dissolution chambers getting filled with the sulfuric acid that's needed, I am going to fill up this entire, from floor to ceiling, with gas tanks. Well, maybe not floor to ceiling, because, you know, it doesn't need the bottom one right here, because it's going to go across right here, this way, to about right here. So yeah, we're going to build 1, 2, 3, 4. I think. I mean, we can build others and more in different ways, but where's this guy getting power from? He's not. Good. I want him on this side. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. And then on this side, the water vapor is going to eject. And water vapor and sulfur trioxide are going to mix. Yeah. And another chemical infuser. Whew. And I need 2 more of the basic gas tanks. Okay. So now, let's do it up here. Should be pretty easy to manage that way, right? So it's got power. It needs gas. From here, up, and back. Ah, that's the wrong one. Gas conduits. No? Wants it as a fluid? No? Should be as a gas. Okay. Extract and insert. That should be right. There we go. And then the sulfur trioxide is a substance that is a liquid as well. So fluid conduit. No? Gas conduits. And I need more. Take just a moment. There we go. So, if we hook it up, we got gas, it works. We're going to extract it on black, you know, since it's like a reddish brown color. We're going to insert it there on black, and we just got to connect the two. Okay. And then make this always active. Okay, so sulfur trioxide and water vapors make sulfuric acid. And if I put it on top here, it does not connect. Does not connect there. So it has to go on the underside for this. So we're going to go ahead and scrap all these machines for the moment. Okay. We're going to put down, let's see, right, even with this one, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, I think that'll work. So 1, 1, 1. Then we want it right there. No, that's not connecting to it. fluid, maybe? No? Yes. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So the crystallizer is our last machine. Then we have the washer, which gets water. Then we have gas conduits. Oh, excited. Now, item conduits should be able to connect on top. Yeah, okay. Got it. Then I'll put item conduits in between each of these. And that should be all I need to get it to there. No. Okay. And the machines each require power, which can also come through the top of the machines. It doesn't matter where these are connected at, as long as they make a connection to power. So, this guy right there, twice. Bingo. Now we just make sure that these are all insert only. And then this one's going to also have the item input. Okay. So we're going to take another bunch of gas conduits, and we're going to get ourselves a bunch of gas tanks. This is going to go right to here. Yeah, I think that'll work. Right to here. So we need it 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, heck, why not make it 5? We'll make 5 crafted. And while those are working, we will get 20 worth of gas conduits. Okay. As you see, those are still crafting, so we're well underway. And what we're going to do is we're just going to build this out this way. Oh. Build it upward. All right. Now we take our ultimate gas tanks and we're going to place them right there in succession. There we go. Now set this to extract always. We go on the back side here and we set this to insert always. And this is extracting on white. So this needs to insert on white. Now we just have to make sure that these are all configured correctly. So sulfuric acid is getting into this one. It's going to go output down. And this last one is going to go output left. And it should fill into here. And I've got all of these machines backwards. Goes in the big side, out the small side. Well, that one's just both small sides. So now you'll just have to fiddle with and get lucky. Okay. Now then, we can go ahead and take our... Nope, we need fluid ducts. Okay, those don't work. Let's try fluid conduits then. No. You gotta put these down in the wrong order. No. Because this turns it into slurry, dirty slurry, clean slurry, then turns the clean slurry into crystals. So that's right. I gotta remember the piping. Don't think it's still gas. Oh, guess it is still gas. Okay then. And then our hardened fluid ducts. Nope. Which ones did I use before? Um, nope, that's fluids. Mm, there we go. Haha! And last but not least, a servo. Let's go ahead and use our Signalum servo, because why not? Set it to always active, or rather ignored. That should work. So if we look, we have ourselves sulfuric acid, and it is currently building up times 5. Okay. Our oxygen is built up over here. Our hydrogen chloride is built up here. And between both of the machines, our hydrogen chloride is building up a little bit at a time. And our oxygen is going to keep building up until the sulfur trioxide is backed up. Which, as long as this is full, it will start getting to be backed up. A little at a time. The sulfur dioxide is as fast as the chemical oxidizer works, which is as fast as the crafter, which is as fast as the guard clash. But again, everything will get backed up. You just gotta let it sit for probably a good long while. But that's why we have the buffers of making the ultimate gas tanks at periodic places throughout this. And then of course for the water at 16 million. Only 2 machines require water. We have one electrolytic separator here, and the garden clutch over here. And then we don't need water again until at the very end in our chemical washer, which also reminds me. There, and that just runs across. Now the cool thing is, this can be extended literally right next to one another. So I can have 1, 2, 3, 4 more rows of these 3 machines. Be a total of 5 in this small cramped area. 6 if I wanted to put it up against this ultimate gas tank too. I think that'd be a little too cramped. But as long as you can get on top and you can see the machines, you can get to everything. I'll probably put 1 more row here, and I'll probably put 3 more rows here, all side by side. And just to show you that it works, since this machine has a full sulfuric acid, we're going to go ahead and deposit our extra unneeded things. And let's go ahead and pull out some of our gold that we're going to be needing for quite a bit. That can go away. And we're just going to drop our gold right into here. We're going to watch the whole process to make sure it works. So it turns it into slurry. 1,000 at a time. It's extracting. Why are you not inserting? Oh, something's wrong already. This should be a fluid. Gold slurry is a fluid. No, not fluid ducts.
Dash, you almost ready? Okay. Okay.
Alright, what am I doing wrong here, people?
Hey, stay short. Yeah. I'll be up there in just a minute. Oh my God, he's in here. Back.
No.
Diplo was sleepy.
Yes, I know.
I need to comb my hair.
Okay, go ahead. I need to find my glasses.
What? What?
I said I need to find my glasses.
Untreated viaduct. I don't want that. I need hardened fluid ducts.
My hair looks poopy. And it's heat.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Wait a minute. Don't tell me that was it.
My line is dark. I got you on this good.
Nope. That wasn't it either. So let's try fluid ducts again. Nope, you don't even want to connect. Okay, so fluids don't connect. Gas connects, but doesn't want to transfer. Oh, that was it. It was facing the wrong way. Oh boy. So, extract always active. Insert. Which means this one is also turned around. There we go. So it took a minute, but I finally got it. Now you can see the gold slurry. It's turning into gold crystals, which we need 4 of. We also need 1 osmium. And mind you, this was a stack of only 32 ores. I'm just getting these 4 crystals for later. Okay. And if you watch, you'll see it go and pass right through the little tube here. There it goes. goes into the machine. Hydrogen chloride goes through it. Goes into the next machine. From the shard is purified into a clump. The clump goes up and gets crushed. After it gets crushed, it comes into a dust and becomes dirty gold dust that gets enriched, which becomes clean gold dust that then gets smelted, which becomes an ingot, which gets outputted to our ender chest, and just like our digital miner, it goes straight to the location of where it's dumping into our AE system. Okay, and I still got 10 more to go. And if we look, at gold, we have 58 in there, which is a pretty good amount, I think. Now we just got to fill basically all of these with... Whoa. It's not filling with water. That's why. Whew. Crisis averted. Last thing we need to do is move this chest, this crate, and I'm going to have it right here in line with this, and I'm going to put it up here, right like so. Okay, and I want to have more of the item conduits so that it comes out and comes down to even with this one, but on this square, and then I can build it over as I need to when I get 3 more of each of these machines made. And what I can do is I can make the conduits made first before I place down the machines, and then there you go. So basically, roughly the back of the machine, the smaller end goes to the input side, the big end goes to the output side. No, the other way around. Big end input, small end output. Okay then, so let's go ahead and get our ender gas conduits placed. And we're going to disconnect in between each of them on both sides. And then again there. Right like that. And now you can place, in this setup, 4 more, for a total of 5, of the chemical dissolution chambers, the chemical washers, into the chemical crystallizers, and as long as you supply them each with power, and supply this row with water, and then this row with both your items and your sulfuric acid, you'll be able to have this pretty much all exported from the chemical crystallizer into 5XOR processing. So you put in 1 and you get 5. As you see, I got 7 left. The slurry's still going. Slurry's still here at max. It's still getting the slurry here. And unlike most buckets and things, this does not care about 1,000. I want to say it's every 10 millibuckets worth is the equivalent of 1 crystal. And as you can see, we don't have any of our gas right here for the hydrogen chloride, which is being made here. And basically our hydrogen doesn't go anywhere. If we really wanted to, we can do this, so that way this is always producing. But we don't have hydrogen going out anywhere, do we? Oh no, we have hydrogen going here, I'm sorry. This is getting from blue. This is just taking a while. So now you count up how many machines you have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 total machines. And each one of them can take speed and energy upgrades. And it can hold 8 of each. So 12 times 8. Just to get the setup going. And then maximizing how much functionality you have. I will let this run. As you can see, it's backed up a little bit. But it's working. It's going through. This machine is just a little bit stuck at the moment. And of course, that one is coming from here, which is turning to hydrogen and hydrogen and oh, I don't know. I can't remember now. Hydrogen and something else. Chlorine. There we go. Hydrogen and chlorine. I almost stumped myself for a little bit. But yeah. So as you can see, it's moving along. As long as you set this one machine to dump excess of both, and then this machine, no, not that machine, this machine up here to dump the sodium completely, this will continually work and produce until all of these are full. All the machines are full. These two tanks are full. And the only thing that's going to keep going is this electrolytic separator down here. And it's pretty much it, because it's all hinging on this chemical oxidizer being faster. So while I didn't get to bees today, I will go ahead and make more of these machines, the chemical dissolution chamber, the chemical washer, and the chemical crystallizer, and fill in 4 more rows like this, just like this. And of course, gas conduits here. And the last thing I'm going to do before I end the stream tonight get more item conduits, which I'm apparently out of. But I'm going to basically build that out real quick. Okay. There we go. And just build it across. Or, no, not there. Here. There you go. That is everything you need to finish this setup. It gets a little messy and hairy because of what you have to do here. Using the brine method and the thermolytic evaporator machine can be quite faster. And as you can see, it's not too terrible. It's, like I said, it's 12 machines for everything, plus these 5 at the end. So it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 total. Now, as you can see, gold slurry is here. This is now empty. Just for the sake of argument, I'm going to take one more gold ore and drop it in to show you it works. Right there. You have a drop chest. Throw it in. Supposed to pull it out. Oh, that's why. Always active. There, now it's gone. And there it goes. So, a few key things to note. Why you want more than one row of this. Okay. Right now, this can only do gold. Gold has to completely finish before you can move on. So you can have one doing gold, one doing tin, one doing lead, one doing osmium, and so on. There are about 6 or so ores that will not process, and that's because of the mods they're from. The second thing is you don't want to turn on the auto sort on these machines because otherwise you'll jam yourself up. As you can see, it's heading back and forth in the tubing. So this is going to start getting backed up. Basically, if I were to speed up just this one machine right here for a little bit, everything would go a little bit faster, at least for a little while. So I'm going to go ahead and do that a couple times. As you can see, that's getting well down there. Once I add some speed upgrades and energy upgrades, this is going to be very, very efficient. Now you see this is getting backed up with gaseous brine, turning into sodium, and to the other thing. And that's literally everything. Once everything is working, okay, why are you not getting your... It's just feeding in real slow, apparently. But yeah, so this is everything for 5 times ore processing. I'm sorry I didn't get to bees today, but I will certainly work on it for next time. And as you can see, the whole setup is barely pulling 800 RF per tick. And that is not including the fact that none of the machines have any energy upgrades or speed upgrades in them. Plus, these machines themselves are not upgraded. These will pull a little bit more power when they get advanced in elites, which reminds me, we can actually make those now because I set that up. They are already basics, but we need 5 advanceds. And we need 5 elites. That's going to take a little bit of resources, but not too terribly much. So yeah, we're just waiting. It'll go through the motions of what it needs. And at this time, I'm going to call it the end of stream. I'm going to install these up to level 5, or to the elite tiers, as you see that I'm crafting right now. And yeah, I'm going to put a bunch of ores into process after I get more of the crystallizers built. I'll probably do that in between streams just to get the ores processed. And I will have for next stream plenty of resources to get the B explanation going. I do have a good bit prepared for it. I am just not doing it as of this stream because it is really late, and the stream has been going on for 4.5 hours as it is already. So I thank you for tuning in. I'm going to let this continue to finish up a good bit, and I'm just going to let it run for a while so that way the machines can get backed up and filled up, and I will install the speed and energy upgrades off camera because I know you don't want to sit here and watch that. I'll fill out the rest of the machines for the other 4 rows. And like I said, next episode 20, will be the last one on 1.4.4. And then I'm upgrading to 1.5 and starting Thom. So you will get to see a whole new ball game because you're in for a treat. Emperor Dog, who is one of the devs, has given me a, let's say, a showcase for a new quest line that he has been working on for Thaumcraft. So I'm going to get to showcase exactly what that has, and you're going to see it here first before the first update for 1.5. So I hope you've enjoyed tonight's stream. I'm sorry it didn't get to go the way that I wanted to, but I did get a lot done, and this ore processing is going to be quite nice. I do need to get a couple of these machines upgraded though, with the speed and energy upgrades, because otherwise this is going to be sitting here for quite some time. Look at that, I moved out of the oxygen in this one. Boy. Because the oxygen's going here. Alright, well, you all have a very nice night. I thank you for tuning in. Excuse me. And I'll see you next stream.